Welcome to What If Sleepstorian, where What If whispers timeless tales into dreams. Breathe deeply, let your mind soften, and drift into tonight's gentle story. What if a quiet Sunday afternoon in fog-wrapped London held secrets painted in shadows, where art and mystery danced together like old friends sharing tea? So dim the lights, find your most comfortable position, and let these whispered narratives carry you softly towards sleep. If this tale finds you drifting towards sleep's edge, let me know where in the world you're listening. These stories travel far on whispered winds. Give it a like and subscribe, but only if you genuinely like what I do here. The fog of London wrapped itself around Baker Street like a familiar blanket, soft and welcoming on this particular Sunday afternoon in the autumn of 1895. The city breathed slowly, its usual bustling rhythm subdued to a gentle hum that seemed to encourage contemplation rather than urgency. Gas lamps flickered to life early, their warm amber glow creating pools of comfort in the growing dusk, each one a beacon of civilization against the encroaching mist that rolled in from the Thames like a sleepy cat seeking warmth. At number 221B, the sitting room held a peculiar charm that Sunday afternoon seemed to magnify. The Persian slipper hung from the mantelpiece, its worn leather speaking of countless adventures, while the coal scuttle stood at attention like a faithful soldier. The room smelled of tobacco, aged wood, and the faint trace of Mrs. Hudson's excellent tea brewing somewhere below. Sherlock Holmes sat in his favourite armchair, the one positioned to catch both the firelight and the street lamp's glow, his long fingers steepled beneath his sharp chin, as he contemplated something far more pleasant than the usual criminal puzzles that occupied his restless mind. For once the great detective appeared almost peaceful. His grey eyes, usually so keen and searching, held a softer expression as he watched the flames dance in the hearth. The fire crackling in the grate seemed to whisper secrets of its own, each pop and hiss a small story of wood transformed to warmth, of comfort drawn from something as simple as well-seasoned oak-meeting flame. Even his pipe lay forgotten on the side table, its familiar presence no longer needed to aid his concentration. Dr. John Watson sat across from him, a medical journal open on his lap, though his attention had long since wandered from the treatise on tropical diseases to the more immediate pleasure of watching his friend in this rare state of tranquillity. Watson's military bearing had softened over the years at Baker Street. His shoulders no longer held quite so rigidly, his manner more that of a gentleman at leisure than a soldier on duty. His moustache, meticulously groomed as always, twitched slightly with suppressed amusement as he observed Holmes's unusually contemplative mood. The afternoon light, filtered through London's perpetual veil of mist and smoke, cast everything in sepia tones that made the room feel like a daguerreotype come to life. Outside, the city continued its eternal dance of commerce and society, but here, in this sanctum of detection and friendship, time seemed to move with the leisurely pace of honey poured from a jar on a winter morning. Mrs. Hudson's footsteps on the 17 steps that led to their rooms announced her approach with the reliability of Big Ben's chimes. Her tread was lighter today, less hurried than usual, as if she too had been touched by the Sunday afternoon's gentle spell. The door opened with a soft creak that spoke of well-oiled hinges and careful maintenance, admitting their landlady with her tea service arranged on the best china, a sure sign that she deemed this Sunday worthy of special attention. "Gentlemen," she said, her voice carrying the warm authority that came from years of managing the domestic lives of two bachelors who, left to their own devices, might well have subsisted on tobacco and intellectual stimulation alone. "I thought you might enjoy some proper tea today. The weather's turned quite nippy, and there's nothing like a good cup to ward off the damp." Holmes stirred from his reverie, his attention shifting to their landlady with genuine appreciation. Mrs. Hudson had long ago ceased to be merely their housekeeper. She had become something more valuable, a steady presence in their often chaotic world, a voice of practical wisdom when their adventures led them into the more exotic corners of London's criminal underworld. "Mrs. Hudson," Holmes said, rising with the fluid grace that characterized all his movements. "Your timing, as always, is impeccable. I was just thinking that this afternoon seemed to call for something more civilized than my usual chemical experiments." Watson chuckled, closing his journal with a soft thump. "Heaven knows we could all use a respite from the smell of sulphur and the sight of mysterious stains on the carpet." The tea service was indeed their finest. Wedgwood china that Mrs. Hudson's mother had left her, its delicate blue and white pattern depicting pastoral scenes that seemed to bring a touch of the English countryside into their urban sanctuary. The teapot itself was a thing of beauty, its curves suggesting the generous spirit of afternoon refreshment, while the sugar bowl and cream pitcher stood ready to transform the bitter brew into something approaching ambrosia. Mrs. Hudson poured with the practised ease of someone who had been perfecting the ritual for decades. The tea fell into the cups with a gentle splash that seemed to harmonise with the fire's crackling, creating a symphony of domestic comfort that even Holmes, with his appreciation for the more dramatic forms of music, found soothing. "I've brought some of those biscuits you favour, Doctor. Watson," she continued, arranging a plate of golden brown treats that smelled of butter and just a hint of cinnamon. "And Mr. Holmes, there's honey for your tea. That wildflower variety you said reminded you of your childhood in the country." The honey was indeed special, an amber treasure that caught the lamplight and held it like liquid sunshine. Holmes added a careful spoonful to his cup, watching as it dissolved into the dark tea, transforming it into something that tasted of meadows and summer afternoons, of a simpler time when his greatest concern had been which book to read beneath his grandmother's apple tree. They settled into their chairs with the satisfied sighs of men who had discovered an unexpected oasis of calm in their typically eventful lives. The conversation flowed as gently as the tea, touching on subjects far removed from crime and detection. Watson's latest medical journal, Holmes's thoughts on a violin concerto he'd heard the previous week, Mrs. Hudson's plans for her sister's visit next month. Outside, London continued its eternal dance of fog and gaslight, of hansoms clattering over cobblestones, and the distant whistle of trains carrying their human cargo to destinations unknown. But inside 221B Baker Street, the three friends existed in a bubble of contentment that seemed immune to the outside world's demands. Holmes found himself studying the play of light and shadow on the wallpaper, noting how the afternoon sun filtered through their lace curtains, created patterns that shifted and changed like living things. For once, his analytical mind was content to observe without cataloguing, to notice without deducing, to simply experience the moment without feeling compelled to solve its mysteries. Watson, meanwhile, had discovered the pleasant sensation of letting his mind wander freely, like a well-trained horse given its head on a familiar path. His thoughts drifted from the warmth of the tea to the satisfaction of a case well concluded, from the comfort of their friendship to the gentle pride he felt in their small role in keeping London's citizens safe from the criminal element that prowled its darker corners. Mrs. Hudson, having served the tea to her satisfaction, had not immediately retreated to her own domain below. Instead, she had accepted Holmes's invitation to join them, settling into the remaining chair with the air of someone who knew she was welcome, but rarely had the opportunity to enjoy such leisure. Her presence completed the trio in a way that made the afternoon feel like a small celebration of the bonds that had grown between them over the years. "It's days like this," Watson mused, warming his hands around his teacup, "that make me grateful for the quiet moments between cases. Sometimes I think we rush from one mystery to another, without properly appreciating the peace in between." Holmes nodded thoughtfully, his gaze still fixed on the dancing flames. "There's wisdom in that, Watson. We spend so much time peering into the darkness of human nature that we sometimes forget to notice when the sun breaks through the clouds." Mrs. Hudson smiled at this uncharacteristic philosophy from her usually restless tenant. "Mr. Holmes, you sound almost contemplative today. Has someone been slipping poetry into your morning newspaper?" The detective laughed, a sound so rare that both Watson and Mrs. Hudson felt a small thrill of satisfaction at having evoked it. "Perhaps it's the weather, Mrs. Hudson, or perhaps it's the company. There's something to be said for spending an afternoon with people who know you well enough to appreciate your silences as much as your conversation. The fire settled in the grate with a soft whisper, sending up a shower of sparks that glowed briefly before disappearing up the chimney like tiny shooting stars carrying wishes to whatever gods presided over domestic tranquility. The room seemed to exhale with satisfaction, as if the very walls were pleased with this departure from their usual routine of intense discussion and frantic preparation for the next adventure. Watson reached for another biscuit, noting how perfectly it complemented the tea's warmth and the afternoon's gentle mood. Mrs. Hudson's baking had always been exceptional, but today it seemed to have achieved a particular perfection, as if she had somehow infused the butter and flour with the very essence of comfort itself. The clock on the mantelpiece ticked with measured precision, marking the passage of time without any sense of urgency. Its steady rhythm had become part of the room's heartbeat, a constant that provided structure to their often unpredictable lives. Today, its ticking seemed less like the march of time and more like a lullaby, counting not minutes lost but moments gained. Holmes stretched his long legs toward the fire, his usually sharp features softened by the combination of warmth, tea, and companionship. For a man whose mind typically raced through problems at the speed of thought, this enforced tranquility was a gift he rarely allowed himself to accept. But Sunday afternoons, he was beginning to realize, had their own form of wisdom. They insisted on being experienced rather than analysed, savoured rather than solved. Mrs. Hudson refilled their cups with the smooth efficiency of long practice, the gentle clink of china against china, adding another note to their afternoon's quiet symphony. She had learned, over the years, to read the moods of her unusual tenants, and today she sensed something different, a willingness to simply exist in the moment rather than constantly preparing for the next challenge. "You know," she said, settling back into her chair, "I sometimes think this old house holds on to these peaceful moments like a miser hoards gold, as if it knows how rare they are and wants to keep them safe for when we need them most." Watson nodded approvingly. "Houses do seem to have their own personalities, don't they? 221B has certainly seen enough drama over the years to have developed quite a character." "Indeed," Holmes agreed, his voice thoughtful. "I sometimes think these walls have absorbed something of every case we've discussed here, every late-night vigil, every moment of triumph or disappointment. If they could speak, what stories would they tell?" The afternoon light continued its slow fade toward evening, the gas lamps outside beginning to compete more successfully with the dying sun. The fog had thickened, transforming Baker Street into something from a fairy tale, where familiar landmarks became mysterious and distant, where every shadow might hide an adventure and every pool of light promised sanctuary. Inside their sitting room, the three friends had achieved that rare state of perfect contentment that comes when expectation aligns with reality, when the present moment is exactly what it should be. The tea had cooled to the perfect temperature, the fire provided exactly the right amount of warmth, and the conversation flowed with the easy rhythm of people who had learned to appreciate each other's silences as much as their words. Holmes found his attention drawn to a painting on the far wall, a modest landscape that he had never really noticed before, despite having lived beneath its silent gaze for years. Today, however, something about the artist's treatment of a light and shadow seemed to resonate with his current mood. The painting depicted a country lane in autumn, with trees arching overhead to create a natural cathedral of gold and amber leaves. A small figure walked along the path, but whether approaching or departing was impossible to determine, perhaps deliberately so. "Watson," he said suddenly, his voice carrying a note of curiosity that made his friend look up expectantly. "Have you ever really looked at that painting? I mean, have I truly studied it?" Watson followed Holmes's gaze to the modest artwork. "Can't say I have, to be honest. It's always just been there. Part of the furniture, as it were." Mrs. Hudson smiled knowingly. "That belonged to the previous tenant, Mr. Holmes, a gentleman who dealt in art, if I recall correctly. Left it behind when he moved to Brighton. Said it never quite fit in his new home. Too much London in it, he claimed." Holmes rose from his chair with sudden interest, crossing to examine the painting more closely. In the lamplight, Details that had been invisible from a distance began to emerge. The brushwork was more sophisticated than he had initially assumed, the use of colour more subtle. But it was something else that caught his attention, a signature in the lower right corner that seemed oddly familiar. E. Montague, he read aloud, his finger tracing the carefully inscribed letters. Now that's curious. I could swear I've encountered that name somewhere recently. Watson joined him at the painting, adjusting his spectacles to better examine the signature. It does have a familiar ring, doesn't it? Though I can't quite place where we might have heard it. Mrs. Hudson remained in her chair, but her expression had grown thoughtful. Actually, gentlemen, that come up just yesterday. There was a gentleman caller asking after you, Mr. Holmes. Quite agitated he was, though he wouldn't say what about. Left his card, but you were out on that business with Inspector Lestrade. Holmes turned from the painting with renewed interest. A card, you say? I don't recall seeing any visitors' cards when we returned. Oh, I tucked it away safe, Mrs. Hudson replied, rising to retrieve it from the small drawer in the writing desk where she kept such things. Here it is. Mr. Edgar Montague, artist and purveyor of fine paintings, has an address in Bloomsbury. The card was elegant in its simplicity. Heavy cream paper with tasteful engraving that suggested a man of some refinement and means. Holmes examined it with the same intensity he might have brought to a piece of evidence, noting the quality of the paper, the style of the typeface, the slight irregularity in the printing that suggested a smaller, more personal establishment rather than one of the large commercial firms. Did he mention what he wanted to discuss? Holmes asked, though his tone suggested he was already formulating theories. Mrs. Hudson shook her head. Only that he had the need for your particular talents. Said it was a matter that required discretion and someone with experience in unusual circumstances. Those were his exact words. Unusual circumstances, Watson chuckled. Well, we certainly have experience with those. I don't suppose he gave any hint as to the nature of these unusual circumstances. He seemed quite distracted, Mrs. Hudson recalled, settling back into her chair as she searched her memory. Kept looking over his shoulder, as if he expected to be followed. Mentioned something about his work being interfered with, but he wouldn't elaborate, insisting he must speak with Mr. Holmes personally. Holmes returned to his chair, but his earlier tranquillity had been replaced by the familiar spark of intellectual curiosity. The peaceful afternoon had taken on a new dimension, not ruined exactly, but transformed from simple relaxation into something more complex and intriguing. It's quite a coincidence, he mused, gesturing toward the painting, that we should be discussing Mr. Montague's artwork at the very moment we learn of his desire to engage our services. The universe, it seems, has a sense of timing. Watson resumed his seat as well, though he couldn't help but notice the change in his friend's demeanour. The contemplative philosopher of moments before was giving way to the analytical detective, like a sleeper stirring to wakefulness. Do you think there might be a connection? Between the painting and his visit, I mean? In my experience, Watson, coincidences are often anything but coincidental. Though I must admit the connection, if any, is not immediately apparent. Holmes picked up his teacup, finding that the brief interlude had allowed it to cool to the perfect temperature. Still, it does add an interesting dimension to what might otherwise be a straightforward consultation. Mrs. Hudson watched this transformation with the fond exasperation of someone who had witnessed it many times before. I do hope this doesn't mean an end to our pleasant afternoon, gentlemen. It's so rare to see you both properly relaxed. Holmes smiled reassuringly. Not at all, Mrs. Hudson. Whatever Mr. Montague's concerns may be, they can surely wait until tomorrow. Today belongs to tea, to friendship, and to the luxury of having nowhere more pressing to be than exactly where we are. But even as he spoke, his gaze kept returning to the painting on the wall, as if expecting it to reveal secrets that had remained hidden through years of casual observation. The country lane seemed somehow more mysterious now, the walking figure more purposeful, the play of light and shadow more deliberately crafted than mere artistic whimsy. Watson, recognizing the signs, attempted to redirect the conversation toward lighter matters. Perhaps we're overthinking things. After all, what could be amiss in the world of art? Surely painters face no greater challenges than mixing colours and finding proper lighting. Holmes raised an eyebrow at this assessment. My dear Watson, the art world can be every bit as treacherous as any criminal enterprise. Fortunes are made and lost on questions of authenticity, reputations built and destroyed by whispers of forgery. Artists compete not just for recognition, but for survival itself, and desperate people, as we well know, are capable of remarkable creativity when it comes to solving their problems. Mrs. Hudson nodded knowingly. Oh yes, I've heard stories about that world. My sister's neighbour once bought what she thought was a genuine Turner, only to discover it was painted by a very talented forger who specialised in copying the master's technique. Cost her nearly everything she had. Exactly, Holmes continued, warming to the subject despite his earlier promise to leave detection, aside for the afternoon. And that's merely the financial aspect. Consider the emotional investment. An artist pours their soul into their work, only to have it dismissed by critics who may lack the vision to appreciate innovation. Or worse, to have it succeed but see the credit go to someone else. Watson sipped his tea thoughtfully. You make it sound rather like a battlefield, where the weapons are brushes and the ammunition is pigment. In many ways, that's precisely what it is, though I must say the casualties are usually confined to damaged egos and wounded pride rather than anything more permanent. Holmes paused, then smiled. Though I do recall a case some years ago involving a sculptor who became so enraged by a negative review that he challenged the critic to a duel. Fortunately, cooler heads prevailed. The fire settled again in the grate, drawing their attention back to the immediate comfort of their surroundings. Outside, the fog had thickened further, transforming the familiar sounds of Baker Street into something more mysterious and distant. The clip-clop of horses' hooves seemed muffled, as if the animals were walking on clouds rather than cobblestones, while the occasional call of a street vendor carried a haunting quality that spoke of voices emerging from another world. Mrs. Hudson rose to light the additional lamps around the room, her movements efficient but unhurried. The warm glow expanded their circle of comfort, pushing back the encroaching darkness and creating an even more intimate atmosphere. The lamplight caught the edges of their teacups, the folds of the curtains, the leather bindings of the books that lined the walls, turning everything it touched into something precious and worthy of attention. You know, Watson said, settling deeper into his chair, there's something to be said for fog like this. It forces the world to slow down, to become more thoughtful about its movements. People walk more carefully, speak more quietly, as if afraid to disturb the peace it brings. Holmes nodded approvingly. London fog has always been misunderstood, I think. People complain about it as if it were some sort of curse, but there's a beauty in the way it transforms familiar places into landscapes of mystery and possibility. It democratizes the city, making even the humblest street corner seem capable of harbouring secrets. And it makes evenings like this all the more precious, Mrs. Hudson added, returning to her chair with a satisfied expression. Nothing quite like the feeling of being warm and dry inside while the world outside wraps itself in mist and shadow. The three friends fell into a comfortable silence, each lost in their own thoughts, but united by the shared pleasure of the moment. The clock continued its steady ticking, the fire whispered its ancient songs, and the fog pressed gently against their windows like a friend seeking shelter from the cold. Holmes found himself thinking about the nature of contentment, a subject that rarely occupied his restless mind. He was accustomed to the sharp satisfaction that came from solving complex puzzles, the adrenaline rush of pursuing criminals through London's labyrinthine streets, the intellectual pleasure of deducing truth from seemingly unrelated facts. But this was different, a quieter, more sustained form of happiness that seemed to emanate from the simple fact of being exactly where he belonged, with exactly the right people at exactly the right moment. Watson, meanwhile, was reflecting on the curious way that their lives had intertwined over the years. What had begun as a practical arrangement, two bachelors sharing lodgings to reduce expenses, had evolved into something far more valuable. They had become a team in the truest sense, each complementing the other's strengths and compensating for their weaknesses. Holmes provided the brilliant deductions. Watson offered the practical wisdom and human understanding that kept those deductions grounded in reality. Mrs. Hudson's thoughts ran along similar lines, though from a different perspective. She had seen many tenants come and go over the years, but none had felt quite so much like family as these two unusual gentlemen. Their adventures had brought excitement to her otherwise orderly life. Their appreciation for her domestic skills had given her a sense of purpose beyond mere housekeeping, and their genuine affection, expressed in their typically masculine, understated way, had made her feel valued in a manner that went far beyond the weekly rent. The peaceful interlude was interrupted by a gentle knock at the street door below, followed by the sound of Mrs. Hudson's bell, the signal that someone was requesting admission to their sanctuary. The three friends exchanged glances, their expressions mixing curiosity with just a touch of disappointment that their perfect afternoon might be drawing to a close. "I'll see who it is," Mrs. Hudson said, rising with the resigned efficiency of someone accustomed to such interruptions. Though I must say, Sunday callers are becoming more common than they used to be. Holmes and Watson listened as her footsteps descended the 17 steps, followed by the sound of the front door opening and muffled conversation in the hallway below. Mrs. Hudson's voice carried the tone she reserved for unexpected visitors, polite but cautious, welcoming but with clear boundaries about what was and was not appropriate for a Sunday evening call. After several minutes her footsteps returned up the stairs, accompanied this time by a second unfamiliar tread, lighter than a man's usual step, but with a nervous energy that suggested someone under considerable stress. Holmes and Watson exchanged meaningful glances, their afternoon of domestic tranquillity transforming seamlessly into professional alertness. Mrs. Hudson appeared in the doorway, her expression mixing apology with intrigue. "Gentlemen, I present Mr. Edgar Montague. He's most insistent that his matter cannot wait until tomorrow, and I must say he does appear rather distraught." The man who followed her into the room was perhaps 40 years of age, with the kind of pale complexion that spoke of long hours spent indoors pursuing sedentary work. His dark hair was dishevelled, as if he had been running his fingers through it repeatedly, and his clothing, while of good quality, showed signs of hasty dressing. His eyes, a remarkable shade of green, darted nervously around the room before settling on Holmes with an expression of desperate hope. "Mr. Holmes," he said, his voice carrying a slight tremor that he was clearly attempting to control, "I do apologize for the intrusion, especially on a Sunday evening, but I find myself in circumstances so extraordinary that I feared waiting until morning might render your assistance useless." Holmes rose with fluid grace, extending his hand in greeting. "Mr. Montague, I presume. Please have a seat. Mrs. Hudson has prepared excellent tea, and we were just discussing the curious coincidence of your painting gracing our wall at the very moment you chose to call upon us." Montague's eyes widened as he followed Holmes's gesture toward the landscape painting. "Good heavens," he breathed, moving closer to examine it. "Where on earth did you acquire this? I painted it nearly 3 years ago. Sold it to a dealer in Piccadilly who claimed to have a buyer already in mind." Watson offered the visitor his own chair, settling himself on the small sofa nearby. "It came with the rooms, actually. The previous tenant left it behind when he moved to Brighton. Mrs. Hudson tells us he dealt in art himself." "Fascinating," Montague murmured, though his examination of the painting seemed to increase rather than diminish his agitation. "This particular piece, well, it holds special significance for me. It was painted during a particularly productive period, when I felt I was finally beginning to develop my own distinctive style rather than merely copying the techniques of my betters." Holmes resumed his seat, his keen gaze fixed on their visitor's face. "And yet something about its presence here troubles you. May I ask why?" Montague turned from the painting with visible effort, as if tearing himself away from a puzzle he couldn't quite solve. "It's not the painting itself that troubles me, Mr. Holmes, though seeing it here is certainly unexpected. It's what's been happening to my other work. Someone has been stealing my paintings, but only while I'm asleep." Watson leaned forward with interest. "Stealing them from your studio, from my bedroom," Montague replied, his voice dropping to an almost whisper. "You see, I have a most peculiar habit, one that I've never mentioned to anyone before today. When I finish a painting that I'm particularly pleased with, I bring it to my bedroom and prop it against the wall opposite my bed. I like to see the last thing before I sleep and the first thing when I wake. It's a private ritual that gives me considerable satisfaction. Holmes steepled his fingers beneath his chin, his expression growing more interested by the moment. And these paintings, the ones you display in your bedroom, disappear during the night. Precisely. I retire with a new job position just so, and when I wake, it's gone. No sign of forced entry, nothing else disturbed, no indication that anyone has been in the room at all, simply vanished, as if it had never existed. Mrs. Hudson, who had been listening with growing fascination, poured tea for their visitor with practised efficiency. "How many paintings have disappeared in this manner, Mr. Montague?" "7, he replied without hesitation. 7 of my finest works created over the past 2 months. Each one represents hours of careful composition, days of meticulous attention to colour and technique. They weren't just paintings to me. They were statements, declarations of artistic intent that I hoped might finally establish my reputation beyond the circle of amateur enthusiasts who constitute my current clientele." Watson accepted a fresh cup of tea from Mrs. Hudson, his medical training leading him to consider the psychological aspects of their visitor's claims. "Have you considered the possibility that you might be sleepwalking, moving the paintings yourself during the night without conscious awareness?" Montague shook his head emphatically. "That was my first thought as well, Doctor. Watson. I even went so far as to sprinkle flour around my bedroom door and windows to detect any movement during the night. The flour remained undisturbed, yet the painting was gone in the morning." Holmes's eyebrows rose slightly at this detail. "Ingenious. And you're certain the flour would have shown any disturbance?" "Absolutely. I used enough to coat the floor quite thoroughly. Anyone walking through it would have left clear tracks. But there were none, not even from my own movements the previous evening." The room fell silent except for the gentle crackling of the fire and the distant sounds of London settling into evening. Holmes sat motionless, his grey eyes fixed on some point in the middle distance as his remarkable mind began to process the information they had been given. Watson recognised the signs. His friend was entering that state of intense concentration that preceded his most brilliant deductions. Mrs. Hudson refilled the teacups with quiet efficiency, her movements carefully measured to avoid disturbing Holmes's thought process. She had learned, over the years, that these moments of apparent inactivity were actually periods of furious mental activity, during which interruption could prove counterproductive. Montague fidgeted nervously in his chair, his gaze moving between Holmes's impassive face and the painting on the wall. The sight of his own work in these famous rooms seemed to both comfort and unsettle him, as if seeing it here suggested possibilities he hadn't previously considered. Finally Holmes stirred, his attention returning to the present moment with the sudden intensity of a man emerging from deep water. "Mr. Montague," he said, his voice carrying the crisp authority that Watson had come to associate with the beginning of a new case, "these 7 paintings that have disappeared, were they all similar in subject matter or style?" "Not particularly," Montague replied, leaning forward eagerly. "There was a seascape, 2 portraits, a still life of fruit and flowers, a street scene from Whitechapel, a study of light falling through cathedral windows, and a landscape rather like the one you have there, though painted in a different season." "And their size? Were they all similar dimensions?" Montague considered this carefully. "Now that you mention it, yes, they were all approximately the same size. Not through any conscious planning on my part, you understand. It's simply that I tend to work on canvases of roughly 18 inches by 24 inches, large enough to allow for detailed work, but not so large as to be unwieldy in my modest studio." Watson made a note in the small notebook he habitually carried. "And the time frame? You mentioned 2 months. Were the disappearances regular in their timing?" "Roughly once a week," Montague confirmed, "though not on the same day each week. The first vanished on a Tuesday, the second on a Friday, the third on a Sunday. There didn't seem to be any pattern to it." Holmes rose and began pacing the room with the restless energy that Watson recognised as a sign of his friend's increasing engagement with the puzzle. "Tell me about your living arrangements, Mr. Montague. Do you live alone? Are there servants? Other residents in the building who might have access to your rooms?" "I rent the top floor of a house in Bloomsbury," Montague explained. "The landlord, Mr. Pemberton, lives on the ground floor with his wife and daughter. There's another tenant, a clerk in a banking house, who occupies the first floor. We each have our own entrance, though we share the main stairway. As for servants, Mrs. Pemberton comes up once a week to clean, but always during the day when I'm present." "And your studio? Is it separate from your living quarters?" "No, it occupies the front room of my apartment. The bedroom is at the back, overlooking a small garden. Quite peaceful, actually. Or it was, until these mysterious disappearances began." Holmes paused in his pacing to examine the painting once more, his sharp eyes taking in details that would escape most observers. "This work that hangs here, when you painted it, did you follow your usual ritual? Display it in your bedroom before offering it for sale?" Montague's expression grew thoughtful. "You know, I believe I did. Yes, I remember now. I was particularly pleased with the way the light fell across the path, and I wanted to study it at leisure, but it didn't disappear like the others. After a week or so, I took it to Hartwell's gallery in Piccadilly, where I had an arrangement to display my work." "Hartwell's," Holmes repeated, filing the name away for future reference. "And the proprietor? What can you tell me about him?" "Sebastian Hartwell, a gentleman of perhaps 50 years, well connected in artistic circles. He takes a commission on sales, of course, but his connections have proved valuable in establishing my reputation. At least they were until recently." Watson looked up from his notebook. "Has something changed in your relationship with Mr. Hartwell?" Montague's expression darkened. "He's been distant lately, evasive, one might say. When I inquire about potential sales or commissions, he gives vague answers and changes the subject. I've begun to wonder if he's lost confidence in my work, though he won't say so directly." The fire settled in the grate with a soft whisper, sending up a shower of sparks that glowed briefly before disappearing. The room had grown darker as they talked, the fog outside having thickened to the point where the gas lamps appeared as mere halos of diffused light floating in a sea of grey mist. Mrs. Hudson rose to light additional lamps, her movements creating comfortable domestic sounds that provided a counterpoint to the increasingly mysterious story unfolding in their sitting room. The extra illumination revealed the tension in Montague's face, the careful way he controlled his movements, the slight tremor in his hands as he lifted his teacup. Holmes returned to his chair, his grey eyes fixed on their visitor with the intensity of a naturalist studying a particularly interesting specimen. "Mr. Montague, I must ask you to consider a rather delicate question. Is it possible that someone close to you, someone with access to your rooms, might have reason to wish you ill? A rival artist, perhaps, or someone who stands to benefit from the disappearance of your work?" Montague considered this carefully before shaking his head. "I can't think of anyone who would go to such lengths. My circle of acquaintances is quite limited. Other artists, mostly, who are struggling with the same challenges I face. We're more likely to commiserate with each other than to engage in sabotage." "Nevertheless," Holmes continued, "someone is taking your paintings, and they're doing so with remarkable skill. The fact that they leave no trace of their presence suggests either considerable expertise in housebreaking or intimate knowledge of your routines and your living space." Watson set down his teacup with a thoughtful expression. "Holmes, there's something about this case that reminds me of those locked room mysteries we've encountered before. The absence of any sign of entry or exit, the precision with which only specific items are taken. Indeed, Watson, though in this instance, we're dealing with something potentially more complex than a simple locked room. We have a thief who apparently possesses the ability to move through space without leaving traces, rather like a ghost, one might say." Montague shifted uncomfortably in his chair. "You don't seriously believe in supernatural explanations, do you, Mr. Holmes? I may be an artist, but I'm also a rational man. There must be some logical explanation for what's happening." Holmes smiled reassuringly. "Fear not, Mr. Montague. In my experience, the most apparently supernatural mysteries invariably yield to rigorous analysis and careful observation. Ghosts, I have found, are remarkably susceptible to being revealed as very human criminals, employing clever methods to achieve seemingly impossible results. Mrs. Hudson, who had been listening with growing fascination, leaned forward in her chair. Mr. Montague, if I may ask, these paintings that disappeared, were they all completed works? Or were some still in progress? All completed, Montague replied without hesitation. And all works that I considered among my finest achievements. That's what makes their loss so particularly devastating. These weren't practice pieces or experiments, but paintings I had hoped might finally establish my reputation as a serious artist. Holmes exchanged a meaningful glance with Watson. Interesting. So our thief has excellent taste in art, or at least the ability to distinguish between your better and lesser works. This suggests someone with considerable knowledge of artistic technique and composition, or someone who's been watching me closely enough to know which paintings I value most highly, Montague added darkly. The thought that someone has been observing my private rituals, studying my habits, it's deeply unsettling. The fog outside had grown so thick that the street lamps were barely visible as dim yellow glows, like fireflies suspended in grey wool. The sounds of London had become muffled and distant, transforming their familiar urban environment into something mysterious and other-worldly. Even the occasional clip-clop of a horse's hooves seemed to come from another realm entirely. Watson rose to close the curtains more tightly, shutting out the encroaching mist and creating an even more intimate atmosphere within their circle of lamplight. Tell me, Mr. Montague, have you noticed any other unusual occurrences? Strange sounds during the night, perhaps, or signs that someone has been in your studio during your absence? Montague shook his head slowly. Nothing overt, though now that you mention it, I've had the occasional feeling that things in my studio weren't quite where I left them. Nothing dramatic, a brush moved slightly, a tube of paint turned at a different angle, but I attributed that to my own forgetfulness or fatigue. Never discount such instincts, Holmes advised. Our subconscious minds often notice details that our conscious awareness overlooks. These small displacements you mentioned could be evidence that someone has indeed been examining your work more closely than you realised. Mrs. Hudson refilled their teacups with practised efficiency, the gentle sound of tea being poured, providing a moment of domestic normalcy amid the increasingly mysterious discussion. Mr. Montague, you mentioned that these disappearances began about 2 months ago. Can you think of anything that changed in your life around that time? New acquaintances, perhaps, or changes in your routine? Montague considered this carefully, his green eyes growing distant as he searched his memory. Actually, yes. About 10 weeks ago, I was approached by a woman who claimed to be a collector of contemporary art. She visited my studio, examined several of my paintings with great interest, and spoke knowledgeably about technique and composition. She seemed particularly impressed with my use of light and shadow. Holmes leaned forward with renewed interest. Did she give you her name? Can you describe her? She called herself Miss Victoria Ashford, perhaps 30 years of age, well dressed in the manner of someone with considerable means, dark hair, striking blue eyes, and an air of authority that suggested she was accustomed to having her opinions respected. She spoke with what I took to be an educated accent, though there was something slightly artificial about it, as if she were consciously modifying her natural speech patterns. Watson made careful notes as Montague spoke. Did she purchase anything from you? No, though she expressed strong interest in several pieces. She said she was building a collection of works by emerging artists, and wanted to observe the development of my style over time before making any acquisitions. She asked if she might return in a few weeks, to see what new work I had completed. And did she return? Holmes asked, though his tone suggested he already suspected the answer. Number the One waited for several weeks, expecting another visit, but she never came back. I began to wonder if she had been entirely serious about her interest in my work, or if she was simply someone who enjoyed viewing art without any real intention of purchasing. Holmes rose and began pacing again, his movements sharp with concentration. Mr. Montague, I want you to think very carefully about Miss Ashford's visit. Did she spend much time examining your studio? Did she ask questions about your working methods? your daily routine, your living arrangements?" Montague's expression grew troubled as he considered this. Now that you mention it, she did seem unusually interested in the practical aspects of my work. She asked about my preferred hours for painting, whether I worked better in natural or artificial light, how I stored my completed pieces. I thought it was merely the curiosity of someone genuinely interested in the artistic process. "But she also asked about your personal habits," Watson prompted gently. She did seem interested in my ritual with the bedroom paintings. I mentioned it in passing, thinking it might amuse her. The notion of an artist so devoted to his work that he literally sleeps with his paintings. She laughed at the time, but now I wonder. Holmes stopped his pacing abruptly, his grey eyes bright with the intensity that Watson recognised as a sign that pieces of the puzzle were beginning to fall into place. "Mr. Montague, this Miss Ashford, did she examine your paintings closely? Close enough to memorise their details, their composition, their particular characteristics?" "Extraordinarily closely. She had a small magnifying glass that she used to study my brushwork, and she made several sketches in a notebook she carried. I was flattered by such close attention to my technique." Mrs. Hudson set down her teacup with a slight clink that seemed to punctuate the significance of this revelation. "Gentlemen, correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds as though this mysterious lady was conducting a very thorough reconnaissance of Mr. Montague's work and habits." "Precisely, Mrs. Hudson," Holmes agreed, "and I suspect that Miss Victoria Ashford, if indeed that is her real name, may hold the key to solving the mystery of the vanishing paintings." The fire crackled gently in the grate, sending dancing shadows across the room that seemed to mirror the growing complexity of the case. Outside, London had settled into the deep quiet that fog brings to even the busiest city, muffling sound and slowing movement, until the entire metropolis seemed to be holding its breath. Montague leaned back in his chair, his face a mixture of relief and apprehension. "Do you really think she might be responsible? But how could she possibly enter my room without leaving any trace? And why would she want my paintings? They're good work, I believe, but hardly valuable enough to justify such elaborate theft." "Ah," Holmes said, his voice carrying a note of satisfaction, "but that assumes her interest is purely monetary. Consider the possibility that her motives might be more complex and more personal than simple theft for profit." Watson looked up from his notebook. "You're thinking of forgery, aren't you? Someone who studies an artist's work closely enough to reproduce it convincingly." "Among other possibilities, yes, though there are aspects of this case that suggest something even more intriguing might be at work." Holmes returned to his chair, his expression thoughtful. "Tell me, Mr. Montague, have you heard anything about your missing paintings since they disappeared? Have any works similar to yours appeared on the market? Have you encountered anyone who seemed to know details about paintings they shouldn't have seen?" Montague shook his head. "Nothing like that. It's as if they simply vanished from existence entirely. I've checked with the galleries I know, asked other artists if they've seen anything similar. Nothing." "Which brings us to a fascinating question," Holmes mused. "If the paintings aren't being sold, and if they're not being displayed, what is their ultimate purpose? Why go to such elaborate lengths to acquire works that then seem to disappear completely?" Mrs. Hudson rose to tend the fire, adding fresh coal with movements that spoke of long practice. The flames leapt higher, casting renewed warmth and light throughout the room. "Perhaps," she suggested quietly, "the paintings themselves aren't the real prize. Perhaps they're being used for some other purpose entirely." Holmes nodded approvingly. "An excellent observation, Mrs. Hudson. In my experience, when valuable objects are stolen but don't reappear in the usual channels of criminal commerce, it often means they're serving some purpose other than their obvious one." The clock on the mantelpiece chimed the hour, its clear notes providing a moment of crystalline normalcy in what had become an increasingly puzzling discussion. The sound seemed to remind them all that time was passing, that the comfortable Sunday afternoon had given way to evening, and that the mystery they were discussing was not merely an intellectual exercise but a genuine threat to their visitor's livelihood and peace of mind. Watson closed his notebook and set it aside. "Mr. Montague, I think it would be wise for you to take certain precautions while Mr. Holmes investigates this matter. Perhaps you might consider varying your routines, or even temporarily staying elsewhere if possible. Montague looked alarmed at this suggestion. Leave my studio? But that's impossible. I have commissions to complete and deadlines to meet. My entire life is centred around that space. Not permanently, Holmes assured him, but perhaps a few nights elsewhere while we are certain. Plans in motion. You see, I have an idea that might help us identify our mysterious thief, but it will require your cooperation and a degree of calculated risk. The fog pressed against their windows like a living thing, transforming the familiar sounds of London into something mysterious and otherworldly. Even the gas lamps seemed dimmer tonight. Their light diffused and softened until they appeared more like suggestions of illumination than actual sources of brightness. What sort of plan? Montague asked, though his tone suggested he was both eager to resolve the mystery and apprehensive about what Holmes might propose. Holmes steepled his fingers beneath his chin, his grey eyes fixed on some point in the middle distance as he considered his approach. We're going to give our thief exactly what they want, another painting to steal, but this time we'll be ready for them. Watson leaned forward with interest. A trap? Precisely, but a trap so carefully constructed that our quarry won't suspect its nature until it's far too late to escape. Holmes turned his attention back to Montague. How long does it typically take you to complete a painting of the type that's been disappearing? Depending on the complexity of the composition, anywhere from 3 to 5 days of concentrated work, Montague replied, though I could certainly work faster if necessary. Excellent. Then here's what I propose. Holmes outlined his plan with the precision of a military strategist, his voice carrying the quiet confidence that had solved dozens of seemingly impossible cases over the years. As he spoke, the fog outside seemed to thicken further, wrapping Baker Street in a cocoon of mist that made their lamp-lit sitting room feel like the only solid reality in an increasingly uncertain world. But within that circle of warmth and light, 3 of London's most perceptive minds were beginning to weave a web that would soon ensnare one of the city's most elusive criminals. The plan Holmes outlined was elegant in its simplicity. Montague would return to his studio and begin work on a new painting, something particularly striking that would be certain to attract the thief's attention. He would follow his usual ritual of displaying the finished work in his bedroom, but this time the room would not be as unguarded as it appeared. Watson and I will take turns maintaining surveillance from a hidden position, Holmes explained. The building across the street has several unoccupied rooms that overlook your apartment. With the landlord's cooperation and a modest financial incentive, we should be able to establish an observation post that will allow us to monitor any nocturnal visitors. Montague nodded slowly, though his expression remained troubled. And if the thief doesn't attempt to take this new painting, if they've somehow detected that it's a trap, then we'll know we're dealing with someone even more sophisticated than I initially suspected, Holmes replied. But I believe our mysterious Miss Ashford, or whoever is behind these thefts, has grown confident through success. Confidence, in my experience, often leads to carelessness. Mrs. Hudson had been listening to this discussion with growing concern. Mr. Holmes, you're not seriously planning to spend nights crouching in empty buildings watching for art thieves? At your age? In this weather? Holmes smiled at her maternal concern. Mrs. Hudson, I assure you that Watson and I have endured far worse conditions in pursuit of justice. Besides, a few nights of discomfort will be a small price to pay for solving such an intriguing puzzle. Watson chuckled. Actually, Mrs. Hudson, I suspect Holmes is looking forward to it. Nothing invigorates him quite like the prospect of matching wits with a clever adversary. The conversation continued as the evening deepened around them, their plans becoming more detailed and refined with each exchange. Montague gradually shed his initial apprehension, becoming genuinely excited about the prospect of actively participating in the capture of his tormentor. The transformation was remarkable. The nervous, dishevelled artist who had arrived at their door was giving way to someone with purpose and determination. As they discussed the finer points of their strategy, the fog outside began to show signs of lifting slightly, though it remained thick enough to muffle sound and obscure vision. The gas lamps appeared slightly brighter, the halos of light more defined, suggesting that the weather might clear enough by morning to allow for the implementation of their plan. Holmes rose to examine the painting on their wall once more, his sharp eyes taking in details that might prove relevant to their investigation. "Mr. Montague, this work of yours, it demonstrates considerable skill in the handling of light and atmosphere. I can see why someone might be interested in studying your technique." Montague joined him in the painting, his artistic eye automatically noting the way the lamplight revealed aspects of his work that hadn't been visible in daylight. "Thank you, Mr. Holmes. I've always believed that the real challenge in painting isn't simply reproducing what one sees, but capturing the emotional truth of a moment, the way light makes us feel, rather than merely how it appears. An admirable philosophy," Holmes observed, "and one that might explain why your paintings are being stolen rather than simply copied. If someone wanted to learn your techniques, they would need to study the actual brushwork, the build-up of paint layers, the subtle variations in colour that can't be fully appreciated in reproduction." Watson nodded thoughtfully. "Like a musician studying a master's manuscript to understand not just the notes, but the rhythm and phrasing that make the piece truly come alive." "Precisely," Holmes agreed. "Which suggests that our thief is not merely interested in your paintings as objects of value, but as examples of technique to be studied and potentially reproduced." The implications of this observation hung in the air like the fog outside their windows, present but not quite tangible, suggesting possibilities that were intriguing but not yet fully formed. Each of them sensed that they were approaching something significant, though the exact nature of that significance remained just beyond their grasp. Mrs. Hudson began collecting the tea things with quiet efficiency, her movements creating gentle domestic sounds that provided a counterpoint to the intensity of their discussion. The civilized ritual of clearing away the afternoon's refreshments seemed to mark a transition from peaceful Sunday relaxation to active engagement with the mystery that had literally knocked on their door. "Gentlemen," she said as she arranged the cups and saucers on her tray, "I hope you'll remember to eat proper meals during this investigation of yours. Artists and art thieves are all very well, but you'll need your strength if you're to spend nights watching empty buildings." Montague looked up from his contemplation of the painting, his expression grateful. "Mrs. Hudson, I can't thank you enough for the hospitality you've shown me today. When I knocked on your door, I was desperate and confused. Now I feel as though I might actually see an end to this nightmare." "Don't thank us yet," Holmes cautioned, though his tone was kindly. "We've identified some promising avenues of investigation, but catching a thief who can apparently move through locked rooms without leaving traces will require careful planning and perhaps a bit of luck." "Still," Watson added, "we've solved cases that seemed far more impossible at the outset. Remember the affair of the blue carbuncle, or the mystery of the speckled band? Compared to those, a few missing paintings should prove quite manageable." The fog had indeed begun to lift slightly, though it remained thick enough to transform familiar London into something mysterious and otherworldly. Through their windows they could see the suggestion of movement as late pedestrians made their way carefully along the sidewalks, their forms appearing and disappearing like ghosts materializing briefly in the gaslight before fading back into the mist. Holmes returned to his chair, his manner indicating that the planning phase of their investigation was drawing to a close. "Mr. Montague, I suggest you return to your studio tomorrow and begin work on our bait painting. Something striking, but not so elaborate that it will require more than a few days to complete. We want to give our thief an opportunity to act, but not so much time that they become suspicious of the delay." Montague nodded eagerly. "I have an idea for a moonlight scene, something with dramatic contrast between light and shadow that should demonstrate my technique quite effectively. It's the sort of work that has attracted attention in the past." "Perfect," Holmes agreed. "And remember, follow your usual routine exactly. Display the finished painting in your bedroom as you normally would, but be sure to let us know when it's ready. We'll need time to establish our observation post before the thief makes their move." Watson consulted his notebook one final time. "We should also consider the timing. If the previous thefts occurred roughly once a week and the last one was 6 days ago," Montague supplied promptly, "which means, if the pattern holds, I should expect another visit sometime in the next few days." "All the more reason to move quickly," Holmes observed. "A hastily executed plan is often more effective than an elaborate one that arrives too late to be useful." The clock chimed again, marking another quarter-hour's passage, and reminding them that the evening was advancing toward night. Outside, the fog continued its slow retreat, though it remained thick enough to maintain the sense of mystery and isolation that had characterized their entire discussion. Mrs. Hudson finished arranging her tea service and paused at the door. "Will you gentlemen be requiring anything else this evening? Perhaps a light supper before Mr. Montague braves the fog on his way home?" Holmes looked inquiringly at their visitor, who shook his head with obvious reluctance. "Thank you, but I should return to my studio. I'm eager to begin work on our trap painting, and I find I often have my best ideas in the evening hours when the city grows quiet." "Then we'll see you tomorrow evening," Watson said, rising to shake Montague's hand. "Send word as soon as the painting is ready, and we'll begin our surveillance immediately." As their visitor prepared to leave, gathering his coat and hat from the stand near the door, Holmes made one final observation that would prove more significant than any of them realized at the time. "Mr. Montague," he said quietly, "be very careful over the next few days. If our theories are correct, you're dealing with someone who's been watching you closely, and who has invested considerable time and effort in learning your habits. Such a person might react unpredictably if they sense that their activities are being investigated." Montague paused in the doorway, his hand on the door handle. "Do you really think I'm in danger, Mr. Holmes?" "Probably not, Holmes," replied reassuringly, "but prudence costs nothing, and overconfidence has been the downfall of many otherwise successful criminals. Stay alert, vary your routine slightly, and trust your instincts if anything seems amiss." With that sobering advice, Edgar Montague disappeared into the fog-wrapped night, his footsteps echoing briefly on the stairs before being swallowed by the muffled sounds of London settling into evening. Holmes, Watson, and Mrs. Hudson were left alone in their sitting room, surrounded by the comfortable debris of their disrupted Sunday afternoon and the growing excitement of a new case. "Well, gentlemen," Mrs. Hudson said as she prepared to carry the tea things downstairs, "I do hope this adventure of yours proves less dangerous than some of your previous investigations. I've grown quite fond of having you both in one piece." Holmes smiled at her concern. "I suspect this will prove to be one of our more civilized cases, Mrs. Hudson. Art thieves, in my experience, tend to favour subtlety over violence." "Nevertheless," Watson added, "we'll take all necessary precautions. After all, someone who can enter locked rooms without leaving traces is clearly more resourceful than the average criminal." As Mrs. Hudson departed with her laden tray, Holmes and Watson settled back into their chairs, each lost in thought about the strange case that had materialized so unexpectedly during their peaceful afternoon. The fire continued its gentle crackling. The gas lamps cast their warm glow throughout the room, and outside, London slowly emerged from its cocoon of fog like a sleeper gradually awakening to consciousness. "You know, Holmes," Watson said eventually, breaking the comfortable silence that had fallen between them, "there's something about this case that reminds me of those locked-room mysteries we encountered early in our partnership. The impossibility of the crime, the precision with which it's executed, the complete absence of conventional evidence." Holmes nodded thoughtfully. "Indeed. Though in this instance, I suspect we're dealing with something more sophisticated than a simple trick of timing or misdirection. Someone who can repeatedly enter a secured room without leaving any trace of their presence is either employing methods we haven't yet considered or what? Or they have access to the room through means that don't involve conventional entry at all." Holmes rose and began pacing again, his restless energy indicating that his mind was working at full capacity despite the late hour. "Consider the possibilities, Watson. What if our thief doesn't need to pick locks or climb through windows because they already have legitimate access to Montague's rooms?" Watson leaned forward with sudden interest. "You're suggesting an inside job? Someone Montague knows and trusts?" "It's certainly worth considering, though there are other possibilities as well. Hidden passages, forgotten doorways, architectural features that might provide access without using the obvious entrances." Holmes paused in his pacing to stare into the fire, his grey eyes reflecting the dancing flames. "Victorian London is full of buildings with secrets, Watson. Priest holes from the Tudor era, servants' passages from more recent construction, cellars and attics connected by tunnels that their current occupants have forgotten entirely. The idea was intriguing, and Watson found himself considering the implications. If such a passage existed, it would explain the complete absence of conventional evidence. No need to pick locks if you can simply walk through a hidden door. Precisely, and it would also explain why the thief seems to know so much about Montague's habits and routines. If they can observe him without his knowledge, they would have ample opportunity to learn when he's asleep, which paintings he values most highly, and when conditions are most favourable for theft. Outside, the fog continued its gradual retreat, revealing more of Baker Street's familiar contours. The gas lamps now cast clearer pools of light, and the occasional pedestrian could be seen moving with more confidence than had been possible earlier in the evening. Even the sounds of the city seemed clearer. The clip-clop of horses, the distant whistle of a late train, the measured tread of a policeman on his rounds. Holmes returned to his chair, his manner indicating that he had reached some sort of preliminary conclusion about their approach to the case. "Tomorrow, Watson, while Montague begins work on our bait painting, I think we should pay a visit to his neighbourhood. A careful examination of the building and its surroundings might reveal possibilities that haven't occurred to him. And what about this Miss Ashford? Shouldn't we try to trace her movements, find out if she really exists?" "Oh, I'm quite certain she exists," Holmes replied with conviction. "The question is whether Victoria Ashford is her real name, and whether her interest in Montague's work is purely professional or has some more personal motivation." Watson consulted his notebook once more. Montague described her as well-dressed and knowledgeable about art. If she's building a collection, there should be records, galleries she's visited, dealers she's consulted, other artists she's approached. An excellent point. We'll make inquiries at the major galleries tomorrow, starting with Hartwell's establishment where Montague has his arrangement. Sebastian Hartwell might have information about other collectors in the market, especially ones who seem particularly interested in contemporary work. The fire settled in the grate with a soft whisper, sending up a brief shower of sparks that glowed briefly before disappearing up the chimney. The room seemed to exhale with satisfaction, as if their plans had given it reason for contentment. Even the fog outside appeared to be lifting with renewed purpose, as if eager to clear the way for the investigation that would begin with tomorrow's dawn. "You know, Holmes," Watson said, suppressing a yawn, "when Montague first arrived tonight, I thought we might be dealing with a simple case of theft. Unpleasant for him, certainly, but hardly the sort of puzzle that would engage your full attention. Now I find myself wondering if we're approaching something far more complex." "Indeed," Holmes agreed, his own voice showing signs of the lateness of the hour. "The theft of the paintings may be merely the visible surface of something much deeper. After all, why go to such elaborate lengths to steal works that have no established market value? Unless, of course, the value lies not in the paintings themselves, but in what they represent." Watson considered this cryptic observation as he prepared to retire for the evening. Outside, London continued its slow emergence from the fog, like a great beast stirring to wakefulness after a long sleep. Tomorrow would bring new discoveries, new questions, and perhaps some answers to the mystery that had so unexpectedly interrupted their peaceful Sunday afternoon. As they prepared to separate for the night, each lost in thought about the strange case that had materialized at their door, neither Holmes nor Watson could have predicted that the investigation they were planning would lead them into one of the most unusual and personally revealing adventures of their long partnership. The theft of Edgar Montague's paintings was indeed merely the surface of something much deeper, a web of artistic ambition, personal rivalry, and carefully concealed deception that would challenge even Holmes's remarkable powers of deduction. But for now, as the fog finally began to lift from Baker Street in London, prepared to settle into the deep quiet of Sunday night, they had plans to make and a trap to set. Tomorrow would be soon enough to discover what new mysteries awaited them in the gaslit streets and fog-wrapped buildings of their beloved city. The clock chimed midnight as Holmes finally extinguished the lamps and banked the fire for the night. Outside, Baker Street lay revealed in the clear light of a crescent moon, its familiar contours restored after the evening's mysterious transformation. The fog had not disappeared entirely. Wisps of mist still clung to the corners of buildings and drifted between the gas lamps like ghosts reluctant to abandon their nocturnal wanderings. But the dense blanket that had enveloped the city was lifting, promising clearer weather for the investigation that would begin with the morning light. In his bedroom, Watson made his final notes of the evening, recording not just the facts of Montague's story but his own impressions of their unusual visitor. There had been something about the artist's manner, a nervous energy that suggested more than simple anxiety about his missing paintings. Watson's medical training had taught him to notice such subtleties, and he found himself wondering if there might be aspects of the case that Montague hadn't shared with them. Meanwhile, Holmes lay awake in his own room, his restless mind turning over the various elements of the puzzle they had encountered. The theft of the paintings was certainly intriguing, but it was the method that truly captured his imagination. Someone who could enter locked rooms repeatedly without leaving any trace was either employing techniques of remarkable sophistication, or they possessed knowledge that gave them advantages Montague didn't suspect. As London settled into the deep quiet that comes in the hours before dawn, the city seemed to hold its breath in anticipation of what the new day might bring. In Bloomsbury, Edgar Montague worked by lamplight in his studio, his brushes moving with unusual urgency as he began the painting that would serve as bait for their mysterious thief. And somewhere in the fog-wrapped streets perhaps, Victoria Ashford, or whoever she really was, made her own plans for the next act in the strange drama that had begun with a simple appreciation for art and had evolved into something far more complex and dangerous. The investigation was about to begin in earnest, and none of them could have predicted where it would ultimately lead. But as the fog finally cleared from Baker Street, and the first pale light of dawn began to touch the rooftops of London, the stage was set for one of the most unusual and revealing cases in the long partnership between Sherlock Holmes and Dr. John Watson. Dawn crept across London with the gentle persistence of watercolour bleeding across damp paper, transforming the city from its nighttime palette of deep greys and amber gaslight to the softer hues of morning. The fog had retreated but not vanished entirely, lingering in doorways and alleyways like a cat reluctant to abandon its favourite sleeping spots. From the windows of 221B Baker Street, the awakening city presented itself as a living canvas, each building and street corner touched with the mysterious beauty that only London could provide. Holmes had risen early, as was his custom when a case captured his imagination. He stood at the sitting-room window, fully dressed despite the early hour, watching the street below come alive with the morning's first stirrings. A milk cart made its way slowly down the cobblestones, its wheels creating a gentle rhythm that seemed to match the city's gradual awakening. The milkman's calls, muffled by the residual mist, carried a timeless quality that connected this morning to countless others in London's long history. Watson emerged from his bedroom to find his friend already deep in contemplation, his sharp profile silhouetted against the grey morning light. The doctor had learned to recognise these moments of intense concentration when Holmes's remarkable mind was working through the complexities of a new case like a musician practising scales, methodically, thoroughly, and with an attention to detail that ordinary minds might find exhausting. "Good morning, Holmes," Watson said quietly, moving to join his friend at the window. "I take it you've been awake for some time." "Indeed," Holmes replied, without turning from his observation of the street. "I find that morning light often reveals details that remain hidden in the artificial glow of gaslight. Notice, for instance, how the architecture of the buildings across the way shows evidence of recent renovation. New mortar between the bricks, slightly different coloration in the stonework. Such details might prove relevant to understanding how our mysterious thief gained access to seemingly secure buildings." Watson followed his friend's gaze, noting the subtle signs that Holmes had identified. It was a perfect example of the detective's extraordinary ability to extract meaningful information from what others might dismiss as mere background detail. "You're already thinking about Montague's building, aren't you?" "Among other things, yes. I've been considering the various methods by which someone might enter a locked room repeatedly without detection. The conventional approaches, lock-picking, window entry, hidden keys, all leave some trace of disturbance. But if our thief is using an unconventional method, We must expand our thinking beyond the obvious possibilities. Mrs. Hudson's voice drifted up from below as she began her morning preparations, the familiar sounds of domestic activity providing a comfortable counterpoint to their more mysterious concerns. The smell of fresh bread and brewing tea began to permeate the building, creating an atmosphere of civilized comfort that made their discussion of criminal methods seem almost surreal. "Have you given any thought to Miss Victoria Ashford?" Watson asked, settling into his usual chair. "If she exists at all, she might be easier to trace than our invisible thief." Holmes finally turned from the window, his grey eyes bright with the energy that came from engaging with a complex puzzle. "Oh, she exists, Watson. I'm quite certain of that. But whether Victoria Ashford is her real name, and whether her interest in Montague's work is what it appears to be, are questions that require investigation." The morning light continued to strengthen, revealing more details of the awakening city. Shopkeepers began opening their establishments, servants hurried past on early errands, and the gradual increase in foot traffic transformed Baker Street from its nighttime quiet to the bustling thoroughfare it would become as the day progressed. Each passerby seemed to carry their own small story, their own purpose in the great tapestry of London life. Mrs. Hudson appeared with their morning tea in the newspapers, her efficient movements indicating that she had fully awakened to the demands of a new day. She had dressed with particular care, as if sensing that this day would bring adventures that required her to be at her best. "Good morning, gentlemen," she said, arranging the tea service with practised precision. "I trust you slept well despite all the excitement of yesterday evening? I must say that Mr. Montague seemed a decent enough fellow, though clearly troubled by his circumstances." Holmes accepted his cup with grateful appreciation. "Indeed, Mrs. Hudson, and we'll be doing our best to resolve those circumstances as quickly as possible, though I suspect the resolution may prove more complex than our visitor initially imagined." Watson opened the morning paper, scanning the headlines for any news that might relate to their case. The pages were filled with the usual mixture of political developments, social events, and commercial announcements that characterise Victorian journalism. But it was a small item buried in the art section that caught his attention. "Holmes," he said, his voice carrying a note of interest, "listen to this. The Bloomsbury Art Society will hold its monthly exhibition next week, featuring works by local artists including several pieces described as showing remarkable innovation in the treatment of light and shadow. Do you suppose Montague might be involved in this exhibition?" Holmes set down his teacup with sudden attention. "Read the full notice, Watson. Every detail might prove significant." Watson continued reading. "Of particular interest are several landscapes by an artist whose work has recently attracted the attention of serious collectors. The Society's president, Mrs. Dorothea Pemberton, notes that contemporary art is experiencing a renaissance of interest among discerning patrons who recognise the value of supporting emerging talent." "Pemberton," Holmes repeated thoughtfully. "Wasn't that the name of Montague's landlord? The man who lives on the ground floor of the building?" Watson consulted his notebook from the previous evening. Indeed it was. Mr. Pemberton and his wife, who comes up once a week to clean Montague's rooms, and now it appears that Mrs. Pemberton is involved in the local art society. That's quite a coincidence. In my experience, Watson, such coincidences often prove to be anything but coincidental. Holmes began pacing the room with renewed energy. "Consider the implications. Mrs. Pemberton has regular access to Montague's apartment, intimate knowledge of his routines, and apparently some involvement in the local art world. She would be perfectly positioned to observe his work, assess its value, and perhaps even—" "You're suggesting she might be involved in the thefts?" Watson interrupted, though his tone indicated surprise rather than disbelief. "I'm suggesting that we need to investigate everyone who has access to Montague's rooms and knowledge of his habits. Mrs. Pemberton may be entirely innocent, but her connection to both the building and the art world makes her someone we cannot ignore." Mrs. Hudson, who had been listening to this exchange with growing interest, offered her own perspective. "Gentlemen, if I may say so, there's something about a woman being involved in art theft that doesn't quite ring true to me. In my experience, ladies who are interested in art tend to be more direct in their approaches. If Mrs. Pemberton wanted to acquire Mr. Montague's paintings, wouldn't she simply offer to purchase them? Holmes paused in his pacing to consider this observation. An excellent point, Mrs. Hudson, though it's worth noting that legitimate purchase would create records, witnesses, and a clear trail of ownership. If someone wanted to acquire Montague's work for purposes that wouldn't bear scrutiny, theft might seem preferable to honest transaction. The conversation was interrupted by the arrival of a street urchin bearing a message for Holmes. The boy, one of the irregular members of what Holmes called his Baker Street Irregulars, delivered the note with the efficient professionalism that characterised all of Holmes's unofficial agents. Holmes read the message quickly, his expression growing more interested with each line. "Fascinating," he murmured, passing the note to Watson. "It seems our Mr. Montague has been busier than we realised." Watson read the brief message aloud. "Mr. Holmes began work on new painting as discussed. Expect to finish by Wednesday evening. Have made interesting discoveries about the building's history. Request meeting to discuss findings." A Montague. Wednesday evening, Holmes calculated. That gives us today and tomorrow to establish our surveillance post and gather additional information about the various parties involved in this mystery. Mrs. Hudson began clearing the breakfast dishes with movements that indicated she was preparing for a busy day. "Will you gentlemen be requiring lunch today, or shall I assume you'll be pursuing your investigation in parts of London where my cooking can't follow?" Holmes smiled at her practical concern. "We'll certainly be out for most of the day, Mrs. Hudson, but your excellent dinners will be more than adequate compensation for whatever dubious nourishment we encounter in the field." As they prepared to begin their investigation, the morning light had strengthened enough to reveal London in all its Victorian complexity. The city stretched out before them like a vast puzzle, its millions of inhabitants each playing their own small part in the great drama of urban life. Somewhere in that maze of streets and buildings, a thief was preparing for another night's work, unaware that the greatest detective in London was beginning to close the net around them. Holmes and Watson set out into the crisp morning air, their footsteps echoing on the damp cobblestones as they made their way toward Bloomsbury and the scene of the mysterious thefts. The fog had lifted enough to allow clear navigation, though wisps of mist still clung to the corners of buildings and drifted between the early pedestrians like ghostly reminders of the night's mysteries. Their first destination was Montague's building, which they approached from across the street to avoid being observed by any of its residents. The structure was typical of its era, 4 stories of solid brick construction, with large windows that spoke of a time when buildings were designed to maximise natural light. The ground floor showed signs of comfortable occupancy, with well-maintained curtains and flower boxes that suggested the Pembertons took pride in their home. Holmes studied the building with the intensity of a military engineer planning a siege, noting every architectural detail that might provide clues to the mystery they were investigating. The spacing between buildings, the condition of the roof, the placement of drain pipes and fire escapes, all received his careful attention as potential elements in the thief's methodology. "Watson," he said quietly, "observe the building's relationship to its neighbours. Note how the rear portions extend different distances from the front facade, creating a complex arrangement of courtyards and connecting passages. In such a configuration, it would be entirely possible for someone to move between buildings without using the obvious entrances." Watson followed his friend's analytical gaze, beginning to see the architectural possibilities that Holmes had identified. "You're thinking of connected cellars? Or perhaps attic spaces that might provide passage between buildings?" Among other possibilities, Victorian builders were remarkably creative when it came to maximising the use of limited urban space. What appears to be a single building might actually be several structures connected in ways that aren't immediately apparent to casual observation. They spent the better part of an hour conducting this external reconnaissance, gradually building a comprehensive understanding of the building's relationship to its surroundings. Holmes made careful sketches in his notebook, recording details that might prove significant when they began their active surveillance. Their next stop was Hartwell's Gallery in Piccadilly, where they hoped to learn more about both Montague's professional relationships and the mysterious Miss Victoria Ashford. The gallery occupied the ground floor of an elegant building, whose large windows were designed to display artwork to best advantage. Even from the street they could see several paintings arranged to catch the morning light in ways that emphasised their particular strengths. Sebastian Hartwell proved to be a man of perhaps 50 years, with the carefully cultivated appearance of someone who understood that his own presentation was an important part of his business success. His clothing was expensive but understated, his manner cultured, but with an underlying sharpness that suggested considerable business acumen. He greeted Holmes and Watson with the polite attention of a merchant who recognised potential customers but hadn't yet determined their level of serious interest. "Gentlemen," he said, his voice carrying the refined accent of someone who had worked hard to eliminate any trace of humble origins. "How may I assist you today? Are you perhaps interested in contemporary works? I have several pieces by emerging artists that might appeal to collectors with discriminating taste." Holmes introduced himself and Watson, noting how Hartwell's expression shifted from commercial politeness to genuine interest when he realised he was speaking with the famous detective. "Mr. Hartwell, we're investigating some unusual circumstances involving one of your artists, Mr. Edgar Montague. Understand he has an arrangement to display his work through your establishment?" Hartwell's expression grew cautious, the wariness of a businessman who had learned to be careful about discussing his artist's affairs. "Mr. Montague is indeed one of our featured artists, though I must say his work has been less readily available than usual recently. May I ask what sort of circumstances have brought you to inquire about him?" "Someone has been stealing his paintings," Watson explained. 7 works have disappeared from his private rooms over the past 2 months, taken under circumstances that suggest considerable knowledge of his habits and routines. The gallery owner's surprise appeared genuine, though Holmes noted a flicker of something else in his expression, perhaps concern or possibly calculation. "That's quite disturbing news. Mr. Montague's work has been gaining recognition among serious collectors. The loss of 7 paintings represents a considerable setback for his career, not to mention the financial implications." Holmes moved closer to examine some of the paintings on display, his trained eye taking in details of technique and composition. "Have you had any recent inquiries about Montague's work, collectors expressing particular interest in acquiring his paintings?" Hartwell considered this carefully before responding. "Actually, yes. There was a lady who visited perhaps 6 weeks ago, quite knowledgeable about contemporary techniques, asked very specific questions about Mr. Montague's methods and style. She seemed particularly interested in his treatment of light and shadow." Watson exchanged a meaningful glance with Holmes. "Would this lady have given her name? Can you describe her?" She introduced herself as Miss Victoria Ashford, perhaps 30 years of age, well-dressed, with dark hair and striking blue eyes. She spoke knowledgeably about art, though there was something about her manner that seemed studied, as if she were working to create a particular impression. Holmes paused in his examination of the paintings. "Did she make any purchases, or express interest in acquiring specific works?" "She didn't purchase anything during that visit, but she did ask about commissioning work directly from artists, wanted to know about Mr. Montague's availability for private commissions, his working methods, his studio arrangements. I provided general information, of course, but suggested she contact him directly for specific arrangements." The pieces of the puzzle were beginning to come together, though the complete picture remained frustratingly elusive. Holmes thanked Hartwell for his cooperation and promised to keep him informed of any developments that might affect his business relationship with Montague. As they left the gallery and walked through the bustling streets of Piccadilly, Watson voiced the thoughts that were occupying both their minds. So Miss Ashford is real, and her interest in Montague's work extends beyond casual appreciation. But what exactly is she planning to do with paintings she's acquiring through theft? Holmes navigated through the increasing foot traffic with the practised ease of a lifetime Londoner. That, Watson, is the central question. The paintings aren't appearing on the legitimate market, which suggests they're being used for some purpose other than simple resale. But what that purpose might be, we won't know until we observe our thief in action. Their investigation continued through the afternoon as they made discreet inquiries at other galleries and art establishments, gradually building a comprehensive picture of the contemporary art scene and Montague's place within it. They learned that his work was indeed gaining recognition, that several collectors had expressed interest in acquiring his paintings, and that his distinctive technique was beginning to attract attention from critics and fellow artists alike. But they also learned something more troubling. Montague wasn't the only artist who had reported mysterious disappearances of work. At least 3 other painters had mentioned similar incidents, completed works vanishing from studios or private spaces under circumstances that defied easy explanation. The pattern suggested something more systematic than random theft, a coordinated effort by someone with specific knowledge of the local art scene. As evening approached, they made their way back toward Bloomsbury and Montague's building, armed with new information and a growing sense that they were approaching a mystery far more complex than simple art theft. The fog was beginning to form again as the temperature dropped, creating the perfect conditions for the kind of clandestine activity they hoped to observe. They found Montague in his studio, working with intense concentration on the painting that would serve as bait for their trap. The work showed his distinctive treatment of light and shadow to excellent advantage, a moonlit garden scene where silver illumination picked out details of foliage and architecture while leaving other areas in mysterious darkness. It was exactly the sort of work that had attracted the thief's attention in the past. "Excellent," Holmes said, examining the nearly completed painting. "This should certainly attract our mysterious visitor. How much more work remains?" Montague stepped back from his easel, his face showing the satisfaction of an artist pleased with his creation. "Perhaps an hour's work tomorrow evening to add. Some final details. It will be ready for display in my bedroom by Wednesday night, exactly as we planned." "And what was this interesting discovery about the building's history that you mentioned in your message?" Watson asked. Montague led them to a small table where he had arranged several old documents and architectural drawings. "I asked Mr. Pemberton about the building's construction, claiming interest in its historical significance. He showed me these original plans from 1847, and they reveal something quite fascinating." The drawing showed a complex arrangement of connecting passages and service areas that had been standard in Victorian construction, but were often forgotten by later generations. Of particular interest was a series of service tunnels that connected the building's cellars to those of adjacent structures, designed to allow servants to move between buildings without using the public streets. Holmes studied the plans with growing excitement. "Remarkable. These tunnels would provide exactly the sort of access our thief would need to enter your rooms without using conventional entrances. Do you know if these passages are still accessible?" "That's what I intend to find out," Montague replied. "Mr. Pemberton seemed surprised by my interest in the building's architecture, but he did mention that some of the original features remain intact. If someone knew about these passages and had access to them, they could enter your apartment at will," Watson finished. "But that would require considerable knowledge of the building's original construction, as well as access to areas that current tenants might not even know exist." The implications were significant, and Holmes felt the familiar thrill that came when disparate pieces of evidence began forming a coherent pattern. "Mr. Montague, I think it would be wise for you to spend tomorrow night elsewhere while we maintain our surveillance. If our thief uses these hidden passages, we want to be in position to observe their movements without interference." Montague nodded eagerly. "I've already made arrangements to stay with a fellow artist in Kensington. The painting will be displayed in my bedroom as usual, but I'll be safely out of the way when you spring your trap." As they finalised the details of their plan, darkness began to settle over London, and the fog thickened into the dense blanket that had characterised the previous evening. From the windows of Montague's studio, they could see the gas lamps beginning to blur into indistinct halos of light, creating the perfect conditions for clandestine activity. Holmes felt a surge of anticipation as he contemplated the night to come. After years of solving mysteries through deduction and analysis, there was something particularly satisfying about the prospect of observing a crime in progress, of finally seeing the methods behind what had seemed like impossible theft. But even as he made final preparations for the surveillance that would begin the following evening, Holmes couldn't shake the feeling that they were approaching something more complex than simple art theft. The systematic nature of the crimes, the sophisticated methods employed, and the mysterious Miss Victoria Ashford all suggested a conspiracy with depths they had not yet fathomed. As they prepared to leave Montague's studio and return to Baker Street, the artist made one final observation that would prove more prophetic than any of them realised. "Mr. Holmes," he said quietly, "I've been thinking about what you said yesterday, about my paintings being stolen for reasons other than their obvious value. What if someone isn't just taking my work but studying it, learning from it? What if they're trying to—" He paused, as if afraid to voice his suspicion. "Trying to what, Mr. Montague? Trying to paint like me, to duplicate my technique so perfectly that they could create forgeries indistinguishable from my original work?" The suggestion hung in the air like the fog outside their windows, carrying implications that none of them were quite ready to confront. If Montague's suspicion was correct, they weren't just dealing with theft, but with something far more insidious, an attempt to steal not just his paintings, but his artistic identity itself. Holmes bid their host good night with the promise that tomorrow would bring answers to the questions that had plagued him for months. But as they made their way through the fog-wrapped streets toward Baker Street, both he and Watson found themselves wondering whether those answers would prove more disturbing than the mystery itself. The stage was set for the confrontation that would come with tomorrow's darkness. Hidden passages had been discovered, surveillance posts had been arranged, and a trap had been carefully baited with one of Montague's finest works. But none of them could have predicted that the criminal they were about to confront would prove to be someone whose motives went far, beyond simple theft, whose actions threatened not just Montague's livelihood, but the very foundation of trust upon which the art world depended. As London settled into the deep quiet of another fog-bound night, the greatest detective in the city prepared for what he hoped would be the resolution of one of his most unusual cases. Tomorrow would bring answers, but those answers would raise questions that neither Holmes nor Watson had thought to ask. The investigation that had begun with a peaceful Sunday afternoon at Baker Street was about to reach its climax in the hidden passages beneath a Bloomsbury boarding house, where art and deception would finally meet in a confrontation that would test not just Holmes's detective skills, but his understanding of the complex motivations that drive human behaviour in its most desperate forms. Wednesday evening arrived with the punctuality of a well-trained servant, bringing with it the kind of thick rolling fog that seemed to transform London into a city of dreams and shadows. The mist crept through the streets like a living thing, muffling sounds and softening the harsh edges of the urban landscape until even the most familiar thoroughfares took on an air of mystery and possibility. From their observation post in the empty room across from Montague's building, Holmes and Watson watched the gas lamps bloom into hazy aureoles of light, each one a small beacon in the gathering darkness. They had spent the better part of the afternoon establishing their surveillance position, carefully arranging their equipment and ensuring they had clear sight lines to all the building's entrances. The room they had secured belonged to a recently departed tenant, and its bare windows provided an unobstructed view of Montague's apartment. Holmes had positioned himself with his field glasses near the window, while Watson maintained a position that allowed him to observe both the street below and the building's rear approaches. The waiting had a quality all its own, a suspended animation that seemed to stretch each minute into something longer and more significant. London continued its evening routine around them. The clip-clop of horses returning weary workers to their homes, the calls of street vendors offering late suppers to those too tired to cook, the gradual diminishing of foot traffic as respectable citizens sought the warmth and safety of their own hearts. But within their observation post, time seemed to move differently. Each moment waited with anticipation and the possibility of revelation. Holmes maintained his vigil with the patience of a naturalist studying some rare species, his grey eyes fixed on the windows of Montague's apartment, where the artist's latest creation now hung in its position of honour. The painting caught what little light penetrated the fog, its carefully crafted moonlit garden scene seeming to glow with an inner luminescence that made it visible even from their distant vantage point. "The bait is certainly attractive," Watson murmured, adjusting his position to better observe the building's side entrance. "If our thief maintains their previous pattern, they should make their move sometime after midnight when the household has settled into sleep." Holmes nodded without taking his eyes from the target building. "Indeed." though I suspect our criminal is more methodical than that. They've managed to execute 7 successful thefts without leaving any conventional evidence, which suggests careful planning and intimate knowledge of the building's routines. They won't act until they're certain of success. The fog continued to thicken as the evening progressed, transforming their view of the street into something resembling a stage set, where actors appeared and disappeared behind curtains of mist. A late omnibus rumbled past, its passengers mere shadows behind rain-streaked windows, while a constable on his rounds moved through the gaslight like a character from some penny dreadful novel. Even the familiar sounds of London seemed muffled and distant, as if the city itself were settling into the kind of deep quiet that encourages secrets and clandestine activities. At precisely 11:30, Holmes observed a subtle change in the building across the street. A light that had been visible in one of the ground-floor windows was extinguished, followed shortly by the dimming of illumination in the first-floor rooms. The Pemberton household was retiring for the evening, following what appeared to be a well-established routine that their mysterious thief had undoubtedly studied and memorized. "The household is settling," Holmes whispered, his voice barely audible even in the quiet of their observation post. "If our theories are correct, our criminal will wait another hour or so to ensure that everyone is deeply asleep before making their move." Watson checked his pocket watch, noting the time with the precision of someone who understood that every detail might prove significant. Montague should be safely away by now. His friend in Kensington confirmed that arrangements had been made for him to spend the night there. The waiting continued, each minute marked by the steady tick of Watson's watch and the occasional distant sound of London settling into its nocturnal rhythm. Holmes remained motionless at his post, his breathing so controlled that he seemed to have entered a state of suspended animation. It was a skill he had developed over years of surveillance work, the ability to become so still and focused that he almost merged with his surroundings. At 10 minutes past midnight, their patience was rewarded. Holmes tensed slightly, his grip tightening on the field glasses as he observed movement in the shadows near the building's rear entrance. At first, it was little more than a suggestion of the motion, a shifting of darkness that might have been dismissed as fog drifted past a streetlight. But Holmes's trained eye detected the purposeful quality that distinguished human movement from natural phenomena. "Watson," he breathed, his voice carrying the quiet intensity of a hunter who has finally spotted his quarry. "Someone is approaching the building from the rear, moving with considerable caution and keeping to the shadows." Watson shifted to a position that allowed him to observe the area Holmes had identified, though the combination of fog and darkness made it difficult to distinguish details. "Can you make out any characteristics? Size, gender, manner of dress?" "Medium height, slight build, moving with the kind of careful precision that suggests intimate familiarity with the route. The clothing appears dark and close-fitting, designed to minimize visibility rather than for fashion or comfort." Holmes paused, adjusting the focus of his glasses. "There's something about the movement pattern that suggests, yes, I believe our thief is female." The figure continued its careful approach to the building, disappearing briefly behind a section of wall before reappearing near what appeared to be a service entrance that wasn't visible from the front street. Holmes watched with growing fascination as the figure produced what looked like a key, confirming his theory that this was someone with legitimate access to the building's less obvious entrances. "She's entering through a service door," Holmes reported quietly, moving with the confidence of someone who has done this many times before. No hesitation, no fumbling with locks or tools. This is definitely someone who belongs in that building, or at least has convinced others that she does. Once the figure had disappeared inside, Holmes and Watson settled in for what they expected to be another period of waiting. But their mysterious thief proved to be more efficient than they had anticipated. Within 20 minutes, they observed the soft glow of a carefully shielded light moving through the building's interior, visible through windows as it progressed upward through the structure. "She's moving through the building with remarkable speed," Watson observed. "Either she knows exactly where she's going, or she's following a route she's used many times before." Holmes tracked the progress of the light as it moved through what he calculated must be the building's interior passages, confirming his theory about the Victorian-era service tunnels that connected different sections of the structure. She's not using the main stairways at all. That light is moving through spaces that don't correspond to the building's obvious internal layout. The light disappeared for several minutes, during which Holmes maintained his intense focus on Montague's apartment windows. When illumination next appeared, it was in the artist's bedroom, where their carefully prepared trap waited in the form of his latest painting. Through the field glasses, Holmes could see the shadowy figure moving with purpose around the room, approaching the painting with the kind of reverent care that suggested genuine appreciation for the work's artistic merit. "She's examining the painting closely," Holmes reported, "not simply grabbing it and running, but studying it with considerable attention to detail. This confirms our theory that the thefts are motivated by more than simple acquisition." Watson made careful notes in his notebook, recording the time and nature of each observation. "How long do you estimate before she attempts to remove the painting?" "Based on the pattern of previous thefts, I would expect her to spend considerable time with the work before taking it. She seems to treat each theft as an opportunity for extended study rather than a simple smash-and-grab operation. Indeed, the figure in Montague's bedroom continued her examination of the painting for nearly half an hour, using what appeared to be a small magnifying device to study particular sections of the brushwork. Holmes found himself almost admiring the thoroughness of her approach, even as he prepared to spring the trap that would end her criminal career. But it was what happened next that transformed their understanding of the case entirely. Instead of removing the painting from its position, the figure began to unpack what appeared to be artistic supplies from a bag she had brought with her. Holmes watched in amazement as she set up what could only be described as a portable easel, and began to work on what looked like a blank canvas of exactly the same dimensions as Montague's painting. "Good Lord," Watson whispered, his voice carrying a note of disbelief. "She's not stealing the painting at all. She's copying it, right there in his bedroom, using his own work as a model." Holmes felt the familiar thrill that came when a case revealed depths he hadn't initially suspected. "Watson, we're not dealing with simple art theft. We're witnessing something far more sophisticated, the systematic creation of forgeries using the original works as references. That's why the paintings disappear and never reappear on the market. They're being used as templates for creating copies that can then be sold as originals." The implications were staggering. If their mysterious artist was creating convincing forgeries of Montague's work, she could potentially flood the market with fake paintings, while the real artist struggled with the loss of his original creations. It was theft on multiple levels, not just of property, but of artistic identity and reputation. They watched in fascination as the figure worked with remarkable speed and skill, her brush moving across the canvas with the confidence of someone intimately familiar with Montague's techniques. The fog outside seemed to thicken further, as if the city itself were holding its breath in anticipation of the confrontation that must surely come. Holmes finally stirred from his position at the window, his decision made. "Watson, it's time to end this charade. Our forger has revealed enough of her methods to confirm our theories. Now we must confront her before she completes this latest crime." They gathered their equipment quickly and quietly, moving through the fog-wrapped streets with the careful precision of hunters approaching their quarry. The building's service entrance, which they had observed the thief using, proved to be accessible through a narrow alley that connected to the network of passages Holmes had suspected existed. The confrontation, when it came, was both more and less dramatic than either of them had expected. They found their way through the building's hidden passages with surprising ease, following the route that their careful observation had revealed. The sound of their footsteps was muffled by the thick carpet that lined the service corridors, allowing them to approach Montague's apartment without alerting its uninvited occupant. Holmes opened the bedroom door with the quiet authority of someone accustomed to dramatic revelations, expecting to find their mysterious forger still bent over her illegal work. Instead, they discovered that their quarry had vanished as mysteriously as she had appeared, leaving behind only a half-completed copy of Montague's painting and the lingering scent of oil paint and turpentine. But the real surprise was what they found when they examined the abandoned forgery more closely. The work was not just competent but exceptional, displaying a mastery of Montague's technique that could only have come from years of careful study and practice. More disturbing still, when they compared the copy to Montague's original, they discovered that the forger had actually improved upon certain aspects of the composition, creating a work that was arguably superior to the piece it was meant to duplicate. As dawn began to break through the fog, gradually illuminating the scene of their interrupted criminal investigation, Holmes and Watson found themselves confronting questions they hadn't thought to ask. Who was their mysterious forger, and what had driven her to such elaborate lengths to study and copy Montague's work? More importantly, what would happen when paintings of this quality began appearing on the market, potentially destroying the reputation of an artist who had no knowledge of their existence? The case that had begun with simple theft had evolved into something far more complex and morally ambiguous. As London slowly awakened to another fog-shrouded morning, the greatest detective in the city found himself wondering whether justice lay in stopping the forger or in understanding the desperate circumstances that had driven her to such extraordinary lengths to pursue her own artistic ambitions. Thank you for listening to this tale of art, mystery and friendship in fog-wrapped London. If this story has carried you gently toward a sleep's edge, I'd love to hear where in the world you're listening from. These whispered narratives truly do travel far on the night wind. Please let me know in the comments what historical period or type of mystery you'd like me to explore next in our shared journey through the realm of dreams. Until next time, may your rest be peaceful and your dreams be filled with gaslit adventures and the comfort of true friendship.